Welcome to Whispering Willow's Sleep, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The velvet curtains hung heavy in the November air, their crimson folds gathering shadows, like secrets whispered between old friends. The Theatre Royal, Drury Lane, wore its age with the dignity of a dowager empress, gilded balconies catching the flicker of gas lamps, the scent of grease paint mingling with something else, something faintly acrid that caught at the back of the throat. It was the smell of anticipation, perhaps, or merely the coal smoke that pressed itself against every window in London that season, turning the city into a kingdom of fog and muted lamplight. But there was something else in the air that evening, something that made the theatre-goers shift in their velvet seats, adjusting their collars, clearing their throats as if to dislodge an unspoken unease. Dr. John Watson noticed it immediately upon entering through the grand entrance, his boots clicking against marble that had been worn smooth by a century of footsteps. The foyer bustled with the usual theatre crowd, gentlemen in evening dress, their silk hats tucked beneath their arms, ladies whose jewels caught the light and threw it back in defiant sparkles, young couples stealing glances, older patrons settling into their familiar routines with the comfort of long practice. Yet, beneath the chatter, beneath the rustle of programs and the clink of champagne glasses from the bar, there hummed a tension that Watson, with his medical training and his years alongside Sherlock Holmes, could almost taste. "You're frowning," came a voice at his elbow, and Watson turned to find his companion regarding him with those sharp grey eyes that missed nothing, not even the smallest furrow of concern. "Am I?" Watson touched his brow, discovering it was indeed creased. "I suppose I am. There's something odd about the atmosphere tonight, Holmes. Can you feel it?" Sherlock Holmes tilted his head, a gesture that always reminded Watson of a hunting bird catching a distant sound. Holmes was tall and lean, his figure elegant in evening dress, though he wore it with the air of a man costumed for a part, rather than comfortable in his own clothes. His fingers drummed once against his thigh. A tell that Watson had learned meant his friend's considerable intellect was already at work. "I feel," Holmes said slowly, "that we are not the only ones who have come here tonight with questions rather than enthusiasm for theatrical entertainment." It was true. Watson looked around the foyer again and saw it now, the way certain patrons glanced toward the auditorium doors, not with eagerness, but with something closer to apprehension. The way a young woman clutched her companion's arm, perhaps touched too tightly. The way an elderly gentleman stood apart from his party, staring at his program as if it might contain a warning written in invisible ink. They had come at Watson's insistence, though insistence was perhaps too strong a word for the gentle campaign he had waged over breakfast that morning. A colleague at his medical practice had mentioned the strange occurrences at the Theatre Royal, audience members fainting during performances of a new play, The Pallid Mask, and more peculiarly, some of them awakening to speak in languages no one recognized, their voices taking on rhythms and cadences that belonged to no earthly tongue. "Mass hysteria," Holmes had pronounced, buttering his toast with the decisive air of a man closing a case. "Theatrical audiences are prone to emotional contagion, Watson. One fainting spell becomes two, becomes a dozen. The power of suggestion in a darkened theatre is considerable." But Watson had persisted, and here they were, clutching tickets for the dress circle, about to witness whatever strange performance had set London's theatre district murmuring with equal parts fascination and dread. The bell chimed, a silvery sound that seemed to hang in the air longer than it should, and the crowd began to flow toward the auditorium. Watson and Holmes moved with them, 2 leaves caught in a current, and found their seats in the second tier, where the view was excellent and the shadows deep enough for observation. The Theatre Royal's auditorium was a marvel of Victorian ambition. 3 tiers of horseshoe balconies rising toward a painted ceiling where cherubs cavorted among clouds that seemed to shift in the gaslight. The stage curtain was down, a great expanse of burgundy fabric embroidered with gold thread depicting theatrical masks, comedy and tragedy, locked in their eternal dance. The orchestra pit held its musicians like a jewel box holds gems, their instruments gleaming, their faces bent to their music stands with professional concentration. Watson settled into his seat, feeling the plush velvet compress beneath him, and opened his program. "The Pallid Mask," it read, "a romance in 5 acts, author unknown, first performed in Paris, 1858. This production marks its London premiere." "Unknown author," Holmes murmured, reading over Watson's shoulder. "How delightfully mysterious. And 30 years between its first performance and this one. That's a considerable gap for a work meant to be seen." "Perhaps it wasn't very good," Watson suggested, but even as he said it, he doubted his own words. The theatre was packed, every seat filled, and the hush that fell as the gaslights dimmed was absolute, reverent, the kind of silence that speaks of collective breath held. The orchestra began, a low, wandering melody that seemed to come from somewhere distant, as if the musicians were playing in another room, and the music had to travel through walls and corridors to reach the audience. It was beautiful in a strange, unsettling way, like a half-remembered dream that leaves one feeling wistful without knowing why. The curtain rose, and the stage revealed itself. The set depicted a city square in some nameless European capital, all cobblestones and elaborate facades, painted in shades of grey and pale yellow that made it seem as if the scene were lit by a sun that gave no warmth. Actors moved through this space with the fluid grace of dancers, their costumes ornate, but somehow wrong, the colours slightly off, the cuts of the clothing belonging to no particular era Watson could identify. The play itself was difficult to follow at first. The dialogue was poetic, meandering, full of references to places that didn't exist, and people who spoke as if they were reciting philosophy rather than having conversations. There was romance, yes. A young woman in a white dress, a man in dark clothes who loved her. But their love seemed secondary to something else, something that hovered at the edges of the scenes, like fog at the margins of a lamp's light. Watson found himself leaning forward, despite the play's strange, dreamlike quality. There was something hypnotic about it, something that made the rest of the theatre fade until there was only the stage, only the actors moving through their choreographed positions, only the music weaving its peculiar spell. Act 1 concluded to polite applause. The curtain fell, rose for the actors' bows, fell again. The gaslights brightened slightly, and Watson blinked as if waking from a light doze. "Well," he said, turning to Holmes, "that was unusual." Holmes did not respond immediately. He was watching the audience rather than the stage, his eyes moving from face to face with the intensity of a man reading a text in a difficult language. Watson followed his gaze and noticed what his friend had already seen. Many of the patrons looked dazed, their expressions slack, their eyes unfocused. Some were blinking rapidly, as if trying to clear their vision. Others sat very still, hands gripping the armrests of their seats. "Observe the young woman in the stalls," Holmes said softly. "Third row, 5 seats from the left, the one in the blue evening gown." Watson found her. A pretty woman of perhaps 25, her dark hair piled in the elaborate style currently fashionable. She sat between 2 companions, but while they were chatting and consulting their programs, she simply stared at the closed curtain, her face blank, her breathing shallow. "She looks unwell," Watson murmured, his medical instincts stirring. "She looks entranced," Holmes corrected, "as do approximately 1 in 10 audience members by my count. Whatever effect this play produces, it does not affect everyone equally." The bell chimed for Act 2, and the theatre settled once more into darkness. The curtain rose on a different scene entirely, no longer the city square, but an empty throne room rendered in shades of yellow and gold that seemed to pulse in the footlights. The throne itself stood center stage, massive and ornate, draped in tattered fabric that might once have been regal, but now hung in strips like the remnants of a shroud. The actors entered, their voices rising in a chant that had no melody Watson could follow. The words were English, but they strung together in ways that made no grammatical sense, creating rhythms that bypassed meaning and went directly to something deeper, something that resonated in the chest rather than the mind. And then it appeared. Watson would later struggle to describe what he saw. It was a symbol, rendered enormous on a banner that unfurled from the theatre's ceiling, descending slowly toward the stage. A yellow sign, intricate and wrong, its angles somehow impossible, its curves suggesting geometries that shouldn't exist in 3-dimensional space. Looking at it made Watson's eyes water, made his head feel light and strange, as if the floor of the theatre had tilted slightly and gravity no longer pointed in quite the right direction. Around him he heard gasps. Someone cried out, a single sharp note of distress. Another voice joined it, and another, and suddenly the theatre was full of sound, of people surging to their feet, of ushers rushing down the aisles. In the stalls, the young woman in blue had collapsed. She lay across her seat, her companions trying to revive her, and Watson was already moving, his medical training overriding everything else. He pushed past other patrons, descended the stairs with Holmes close behind, and reached the stricken woman just as her eyes fluttered open. They were blank, those eyes. Utterly blank, as if she looked at something infinitely far away. And then she spoke. The language that emerged from her lips was like nothing Watson had ever heard. All harsh consonants and liquid vowels, rising and falling in cadences that seemed to echo the strange music from the stage. It wasn't French, it wasn't German or Italian, or any Romance language. It wasn't Russian or Greek. It was something older, something that made the hair on Watson's arms stand upright, something that tasted of deep time and vast distances. Ia hasto quayak vultum vuktlageln vultum, the woman said, her voice not her own, deeper and resonant with harmonics that no human throat should produce. The king in yellow comes with the stars, comes with the pale mask to claim what was promised. Then her eyes cleared. She blinked, looked around in confusion at the concerned faces surrounding her, and promptly fainted again. This time, Watson was certain, from perfectly ordinary shock and distress. The curtain had fallen, the house lights blazed, theatre. Staff were everywhere, tending to the young woman and to 3 other patrons who had similarly collapsed during the scene. The manager appeared, wringing his hands, apologizing profusely, announcing that the performance was cancelled and that ticket holders would receive full refunds. Watson knelt beside the young woman, checking her pulse, rapid but strong, and her breathing, shallow but steady. She would recover, he was certain. But what she had experienced, what had spoken through her in that moment when her eyes went blank? "Come, Watson," Holmes said, his hand on his friend's shoulder. "There is nothing more to be done for these people tonight, but there is a great deal we must discuss, and I find I require the clarity of Baker Street and a pipe before I can properly order my thoughts on what we have just witnessed." They left the theatre as chaos organized itself around them. Ambulances summoned, doctors called, the police arrived to take statements, though. What crime had been committed? Watson couldn't say. Outside, the November fog had thickened, turning London into a watercolour painting where nothing had sharp edges, and every gaslight wore a halo of diffused gold. As their hansom cab rattled away from Drury Lane, Watson looked back at the theatre. The building sat solid and respectable in the murk, its facade giving no hint of the strangeness that had unfolded within. But something had changed. Some lines had been crossed. And tomorrow, Watson knew with the certainty that comes from standing beside Sherlock Holmes for many years, they would cross it again. The fog swallowed the theatre, and the cab carried them home through streets that seemed, just for that moment, to whisper in languages no one should understand. The morning arrived with that peculiar quality of London light that November grants grudgingly, a grey luminescence that seems to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, filtering through fog that never quite lifts, only shifts and redistributes itself among the streets and squares. Baker Street wore its usual morning face, milk carts rattling past, the newspaper boy's distant cry, the smell of Mrs. Hudson's excellent coffee rising through the floorboards like a benediction. Watson descended to breakfast to find Holmes already at the table, surrounded by a fortress of newspapers. The Times, the Telegraph, the Morning Post, the Pall Mall Gazette, all spread before him like a campaign map, his long fingers moving from article to article with the precision of a conductor orchestrating a symphony. "Ah, Watson," Holmes said without looking up, "coffee is fresh, toast is on the sideboard, and I've taken the liberty of marking every article pertaining to our theatrical mystery. You'll find them quite illuminating, though illuminating in this case means they raise more questions than they answer, which is precisely the sort of illumination I most appreciate." Watson poured himself coffee. Bless Mrs. Hudson, it was perfect, and selected a piece of toast that he buttered with the automatic movements of long habits. What do the papers say? They say very little, which is itself revealing. Holmes finally looked up, his grey eyes bright with that particular intensity that meant he had found a problem worthy of his attention. The incident is reported, naturally. 4 people collapsed. 1 spoke in what the Telegraph diplomatically calls an unknown foreign language. The performance was cancelled. But notice what they don't say, Watson. No speculation about the cause. No medical expert consulted for an opinion on mass hysteria or contaminated air in the theatre. No mention of previous incidents. Previous incidents? Watson set down his coffee cup with more force than intended. I made some inquiries this morning. Holmes gestured to a notebook beside his plate, its pages covered in his angular handwriting. A telegram to Lestrade, who was surprisingly forthcoming. The Pallid Mask has been performed 4 times in London over the past 2 weeks. Each performance has ended the same way, audience members collapsing during Act 2, some of them speaking in that same incomprehensible tongue. Yet the theatre continues to stage it, and the papers treat each incident as if it were the first. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the November morning. That's extraordinary. Why would they continue? Why would anyone attend after the first incident? That, my dear Watson, is precisely what we are going to discover. Holmes stood, draining his coffee in one swift motion. I've secured tickets for tonight's performance. The theatre manager was remarkably eager to accommodate me once I mentioned my name. We shall attend, but this time we attend not as curious spectators, but as investigators. And I've arranged something else as well. What might that be? Holmes smiled, that particular smile that meant he was several steps ahead of everyone else, and rather enjoying it. We have an appointment at 3 o'clock this afternoon with the stage manager of the Theatre Royal. He has agreed to show us the script of The Pallid Mask and to answer our questions about its provenance. It seems he, too, has concerns about what they are performing. The afternoon found them once again in the theatre district, despite how different it appeared in daylight. The streets bustled with delivery men and shopgirls, with merchants hawking their wares and flower sellers arranging their buckets of chrysanthemums and late roses. The Theatre Royal itself looked benign in the grey afternoon light, its facade merely elegant rather than ominous, though Watson found he couldn't quite shake the memory of the previous evening. They were admitted through the stage door by a young man who looked as if he hadn't slept properly in days. Dark circles hollowed his eyes, and his hands trembled slightly as he led them through narrow corridors painted in institutional green, past costume racks and prop tables, into the warren of spaces that existed behind the proscenium arch. The stage manager met them in his cramped office, a room that smelled of paper and dust and old paint. His name was Thomas Crawley, and he was a man of perhaps 50, with iron grey hair and the sort of face that had seen too much to be easily surprised. Yet Watson detected genuine unease in the way he gripped the edge of his desk, in the way his eyes darted to the closed door as if expecting someone to burst through it. "Mr. Holmes," Crawley said, his voice carrying the rasp of a long-time smoker. "Thank you for coming. I wasn't certain I should have contacted you, but after last night, after what I saw—" He trailed off, shook his head. "You'll think me mad." "I rarely think anyone mad," Holmes replied, settling into a chair with that peculiar stillness he adopted when listening. "Mistaken, certainly. Misled, often. But madness is rarer than people suppose. Tell me about the play, Mr. Crawley. Tell me how it came to be staged at the Theatre Royal." Crawley reached for a folder on his desk, opened it with fingers that still trembled. "It arrived 6 weeks ago. A package, addressed to Mr. Pemberton. He's our artistic director. Inside was a manuscript, very old, the pages yellowed and brittle, and a letter. May I see the letter? Crawley handed over a single sheet of paper, the handwriting spidery and old-fashioned. Holmes read aloud. Dear Mr. Pemberton, I believe you will find the enclosed play of considerable interest to your theatre. It has been performed only rarely, and never to its full potential. I trust you will give it the production it deserves. A benefactor who wishes to see art flourish. No signature, no return address. Peculiar, Watson observed, and Mr. Pemberton simply decided to stage it. He was intrigued by the mystery of it, Crawley said, and the play itself. When you read it, Mr. Holmes, it's extraordinary, beautiful, haunting, unlike anything else in the theatrical repertoire. Mr. Pemberton felt it could be his triumph, the production that would define his tenure at the Royal. But then came the performances, Holmes prompted. But then came the performances, Crawley echoed. The first night, we thought it was a chance. One woman fainted, spoke strangely for a moment, then seemed to recover. We put it down to the heat, the excitement, too tight a corset perhaps. But the second night, 3 people. The third night, 5. And always during Act 2, always during the scene with the yellow sign. Holmes leaned forward. The yellow sign. That symbol that descends from the ceiling? It was part of the original stage directions? Yes. The manuscript was very specific about it. The symbol had to be rendered exactly as drawn on page 47, had to be yellow silk on a black background, had to descend slowly while the actors chanted the Litany of Stars. We followed the directions precisely because Mr. Pemberton insisted on authenticity. May I see the manuscript? Crawley hesitated, and in that hesitation Watson saw something close to fear. Mr. Holmes, I must tell you, I don't like looking at it. Haven't since the 3rd performance. There's something wrong about it, something that makes my head ache and my dreams peculiar when I've spent too long reading it. Nevertheless, Holmes said gently, I must see it. With visible reluctance, Crawley unlocked a drawer in his desk and withdrew a leather portfolio. He laid it on the desk, but didn't open it, instead stepping back as if the contents might bite. Holmes opened the portfolio carefully, revealing pages of antique paper covered in typescript that looked to be from the middle of the previous century. The paper itself had an odd texture, almost like parchment, and the ink was a brownish black that seemed to shift slightly in the lamplight. Watson moved to stand beside his friend, looking over his shoulder at the script. The title page read, The Pallid Mask, a romance in 5 acts, author unknown, first performed at the Théâtre du Palais, Paris, 1858. Holmes turned pages slowly, his eyes scanning the dialogue, the stage directions, the elaborate descriptions of sets and costumes. Watson tried to follow along, but found the text difficult to focus on. The words seemed to slide away from his attention, and when he did manage to read a passage, it left him feeling vaguely unsettled, as if he'd forgotten something important, but couldn't remember what. Then Holmes reached Act 2. The atmosphere in the small office changed. Watson felt it immediately, a pressure in his ears, as if he'd climbed to a great height, a faint buzzing at the base of his skull. The lamplight seemed to flicker, though the flame burned steady. And on the page before them, rendered in meticulous detail, was the yellow sign. It was smaller than the version that had hung in the theatre, perhaps 6 inches across, but no less disturbing. Watson found his eyes tracing its curves and angles, following pathways that seemed to lead somewhere his mind couldn't quite follow. The longer he looked, the more the symbol seemed to move, to rotate slowly, to reveal depths that shouldn't exist on a flat page. "Don't look at it too long," Crawley said urgently. "Please, Mr. Holmes. That's what it does. It catches you, pulls you in. One of our prop makers spent 2 days painting the banner, and afterward he couldn't remember his own address. Had to be taken home by the police." Holmes closed the portfolio with a sharp snap that broke whatever spell had been building. He sat back, his expression thoughtful but controlled, though Watson noticed his friend's hand was clenched tightly on the arm of his chair. "Tell me about the chant," Holmes said. "The litany of stars. Where does it come from?" "It's in the script, in Act 2. The actors speak it while the sign descends. We've had linguists attend the performances, hoping they could identify the language, but no one recognizes it. It's not Latin or Greek, not any modern European tongue. One professor from the British Museum said it reminded him of some ancient texts he'd seen, fragments from archaeological sites in Asia Minor, but even those were just similar, not identical. And the actors themselves, how do they fare?" Crawley's expression darkened. "They're changed. Not dramatically, not in ways most people would notice. But they're distant, distracted. They speak of strange dreams. Our lead actress, Miss Thornbury, mentioned seeing a city of spires and strange angles in her sleep, a place lit by 2 suns, one yellow and one black. Our leading man has taken to writing in a journal, but when I glanced at it once, the writing was in that same unknown language from the chant." Watson felt his medical instincts stirring. They should stop performing immediately. Whatever effect this play is having, it's clearly deleterious to mental health. "I've said the same to Mr. Pemberton," Crawley replied, "but he refuses. He says the controversy is selling tickets, that we're playing to packed houses, that this is the most talked about production in London. And there's something else." He paused, seeming to wrestle with whether to continue. "I think he wants to see what happens. He watches the audience during Act 2 with this expression of anticipation, as if he's waiting for something more than just fainting spells and strange languages." Holmes stood abruptly. "Mr. Crawley, I'm going to ask you to do something that may seem strange. When tonight's performance reaches Act 2, I want you to watch the stage curtains, particularly the ones in the wings. Watch them carefully and note anything unusual, no matter how slight." "The curtains? But why?" "Because last night," Holmes said quietly, "as we were leaving, I glanced back at the stage. The main curtain had been lowered, the performance cancelled, all the stage lights extinguished except for the ghost light. And the wing curtains were moving, Mr. Crawley, swaying, as if in a strong breeze. Yet the stage door was closed, all the windows shut against the November cold. There was no wind at all. The evening performance began, much as the previous one had. The same packed house, the same atmosphere of anticipation tinged with dread, the same rustling of programs and murmured conversations that died as the gaslights dimmed. Watson and Holmes had positioned themselves in a box on the side of the house. Not the best seats for viewing the stage, Holmes had explained, but excellent for observing both the performance and the audience's reaction to it. Act 1 unfolded as before, that strange, dreamlike narrative of impossible love and cities that didn't exist. Watson found himself once again drawn into it, despite his intentions to remain detached and observant. The actors moved with grace that seemed almost inhuman, their voices rising and falling in cadences that bypassed conscious thought and resonated somewhere deeper. During the interval, Watson made notes in the small journal he'd brought. "Effects similar to hypnotic suggestion," he wrote. "Possible use of chemical agents. Examine ventilation system. Actors appear altered. Movements too fluid. Voices carrying unusual resonance." Then Act 2 began. The throne room materialized on the stage, all yellows and golds that seemed to pulse with their own light. The actors entered in their tattered finery, their voices rising in the chant. And high above, the yellow sign began its descent. Watson forced himself to watch the audience, rather than the stage. He saw faces go slack, eyes grow distant. He saw people lean forward in their seats, as if drawn by invisible threads. He saw lips moving, forming words in that unknown language, though most didn't seem aware they were speaking. In the stalls, 3 people stood abruptly. Their movements synchronized, puppets pulled by the same hand. They swayed in place, their arms rising slowly, their faces tilted toward the descending sign. And then Watson saw it. What Holmes had noticed the night before. The curtains in the wings, the heavy velvet panels that masked the backstage area, were moving. Not swaying as curtains do in a draft, but reaching, extending toward the audience like arms, like fingers, like something with intention and desire. One curtain swept further out than it should, its hem trailing across the stage floor, and for just a moment Watson saw something in the shadow behind it. A shape that might have been a person, tall and robed in yellow, wearing something on its head that could have been a crown, or could have been something else entirely, something with too many points, something that hurt to look at directly. Then the lights flickered. In the audience, 7 people collapsed simultaneously. The curtain fell, but not before Watson saw the stage manager, Crawley, standing in the wings, his face white as chalk, staring at something the audience couldn't see. "Holmes?" Watson said, his voice tight. "Holmes, did you see—" "I saw," Holmes replied, and his voice carried a quality Watson had rarely heard. Not fear, precisely, but something close to it, something like respect for an opponent far more formidable than expected. "Come, Watson, we need to speak with Crawley immediately, and tomorrow." He paused, his expression grim in the chaos of patrons fleeing, of ushers calling for doctors, of the orchestra playing frantically to try to calm the crowd. "Tomorrow," Holmes continued, "we will pay a visit to my brother. Because if what I suspect is true, this matter is far beyond a simple theatrical mystery. This matter, I fear, touches upon things that reasonable men are not meant to know." The theatre emptied into the foggy night, and somewhere in the darkness Watson could have sworn he heard a sound like laughter, distant, echoing, wrong. The curtains had beckoned, something had answered. The morning came wrapped in fog so thick it seemed less like weather, and more like a physical presence. A thing that pressed against windows and muffled the usual sounds of Baker Street into a peculiar, cottony silence. Watson woke from troubled dreams he couldn't quite remember. Something about endless corridors hung with yellow silk. Something about voices chanting in harmonies that made his teeth ache, and found himself grateful for the solid, sensible reality of his bedroom. The familiar creak of floorboards, the distant rattle of Mrs. Hudson preparing breakfast. Downstairs, Holmes was already awake, though awake seemed insufficient to describe his state. He occupied the sitting room like a restless ghost, pacing from window to bookshelf to desk, his dressing gown swirling around him, his pipe clenched between his teeth, emitting clouds of smoke that added to the room's already hazy atmosphere. The newspapers lay scattered and unread, unusual for Holmes, who typically consumed the morning papers with the thoroughness of a scholar examining ancient texts. "You didn't sleep," Watson observed, pouring himself tea from the pot Mrs. Hudson had left warming by the fire. "Sleep seemed an inefficient use of time when there were inquiries to make," Holmes replied, finally ceasing his pacing to stand at the window, staring out at the fog-shrouded street. "I've been in correspondence with several colleagues, sent telegrams to Paris, to Berlin, to Rome. I've consulted my index of unusual occurrences, cross-referenced theatrical histories, examined records of mass hysteria events. And Watson, I have found something deeply troubling." Watson settled into his chair, cradling his tea. "What have you found?" Before Holmes could answer, there came a knock at the door. Not Mrs. Hudson's gentle tap, but a firm, authoritative rapping that spoke of someone accustomed to having doors opened promptly. Watson heard their landlady's footsteps, heard the murmur of voices, and then the door to their sitting room opened to reveal a figure that made Watson sit up straighter in his chair. Mycroft Holmes entered with the bearing of a man who carried the weight of empires on his shoulders, and had grown accustomed to the burden. He was broader than his younger brother, his face rounder, his movements more economical, as if he calculated the precise energy required for each gesture and spent not a joule more. He wore a dark suit of impeccable cut, carried a walking stick of ebony topped with silver, and his eyes, those same grey eyes he shared with Sherlock, held an expression Watson had rarely seen there, concern bordering on alarm. "Sherlock," Mycroft said without preamble, "tell me you've abandoned this theatre business." "Good morning to you as well, Mycroft," Holmes replied, his tone light, but his posture tense. "I wasn't aware you took such interest in London's theatrical offerings. Don't be flippant. Not about this." Mycroft moved to the chair nearest the fire, lowering himself into it, with a sigh that seemed to carry more than mere physical weariness. "I became aware of your involvement approximately 6 hours ago, when certain telegrams you sent were flagged by certain departments that monitor such things. The moment I saw the name, the pallid mask, in connection with your inquiries, I came as quickly as propriety and my schedule allowed." Watson glanced between the brothers, that old familiar dynamic playing out once more, Sherlock's restless energy against Mycroft's immovable gravity. Two brilliant minds approaching problems from entirely different angles, yet reaching similar conclusions with unnerving frequency. "You know something about the play," Holmes said, "and it wasn't a question. I know enough to tell you to stop investigating it immediately." Mycroft accepted the tea Watson offered him with a nod of thanks. "This is not one of your clever little mysteries, Sherlock. This is not a case of stolen jewels or murdered viscounts. This touches upon matters that are, quite deliberately and for very good reason, kept from public knowledge." "How gratifyingly cryptic," Holmes said, but Watson could hear the edge beneath the sarcasm. "Perhaps you could be slightly more specific." "People are collapsing in theatres, Mycroft. They're speaking in unknown languages. There are effects that cannot be explained by mass hysteria or suggestion. I saw." "What did you see?" Mycroft's question came sharp as a knife. Holmes hesitated, which was itself remarkable. Watson had seen his friend face murderers and blackmailers with perfect equanimity, had watched him deduce and declare with absolute confidence. To see him pause, to see uncertainty flicker across those sharp features, sent a chill down Watson's spine. "The curtains moved without wind," Holmes said finally, "and behind them, for just a moment, there was something. A figure in yellow, wearing what might have been a crown. And Watson saw it too, which means it wasn't merely my imagination or a trick of the lighting." "I saw it," Watson confirmed quietly. "Or I saw something. Holmes is right. It wasn't natural." Mycroft was silent for a long moment, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his gaze distant. When he spoke again, his voice carried a weight Watson had never heard from him before. Not pomposity or self-importance, but genuine, bone-deep gravity. "There are things in this world," Mycroft said slowly, "that exist in the spaces between what we know and what we cannot know. Phenomena that defy rational explanation, not because they are irrational, but because human rationality is insufficient to contain them. The government, certain branches of it, branches that officially don't exist, has long been aware of such things. We monitor them, suppress information about them when necessary, and above all, we keep people from interfering with them." "That's preposterous," Holmes said, but his tone lacked conviction. "Is it? You've seen what you've seen, Sherlock. You're perhaps the most rational man in England, and yet you're telling me you witnessed something that cannot be rationally explained. What conclusion does that suggest?" Holmes turned away from his brother, his hands clasped behind his back, his shoulders tight. "There must be an explanation. Chemical agents, perhaps, or some form of mass hypnosis more sophisticated than currently understood. The human mind is capable of extraordinary self-deception when—" "The play was first performed in 1858, Mycroft interrupted. "In Paris, at a small theatre in the Latin Quarter. 27 people attended that first performance. By the second act, 14 of them had collapsed. 3 never fully recovered their sanity. The theatre burned down that same night. Spontaneous combustion, the investigators said, though no source of ignition was ever found. The manuscript was thought destroyed." "But it wasn't," Watson said. "No. It surfaced again in Berlin, 1867, then Vienna, 1873, Prague, 1881. Each time the same pattern: performances, collapses, madness, and fire. Each time the authorities suppressed the details, destroyed records, tried to ensure the play couldn't be performed again. And each time it reappeared, as if the manuscript itself resisted destruction." Holmes had turned back to face his brother, his expression intent. "You're suggesting the play is somehow cursed? That's medieval thinking, Mycroft. I'm suggesting nothing. I'm telling you facts. And here is another fact. In each city where the play was performed, there were reports of a cult. Small groups of people who seemed to know about the play before it appeared, who attended every performance, who spoke of it as if it were religious ritual rather than entertainment. They called themselves different names in different places, but they all worshipped the same thing." "What thing?" Watson asked, though part of him didn't want to know the answer. "They called it the King in Yellow, an entity, a being, something that exists, if exists is even the right word, beyond our normal perception of reality. The cult believes the play is a summoning, that each performance brings their king closer to our world. They believe that if it's performed enough times, in the right way, with enough witnesses, the barrier between our reality and wherever it dwells will thin enough for it to cross over. The sitting room seemed colder suddenly, despite the fire crackling in the hearth. Outside, the fog pressed closer against the windows, and Watson found himself thinking of the figure behind the curtain, the shape that might have worn a crown, or might have been something else entirely. "That's superstitious nonsense," Holmes said, but he was gripping the back of a chair so tightly his knuckles had gone white. "You're talking about something from Gothic novels, not from the real world." "I'm talking about patterns in data," Mycroft replied. "I'm talking about repeated phenomena across multiple instances that suggest causation, even if we don't understand the mechanism. You yourself have said, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Well, eliminate the impossible here, Sherlock. Eliminate natural explanations for people speaking in languages that don't exist. Eliminate rational reasons for curtains moving without wind, for shapes appearing that shouldn't be there. What remains?" Holmes was silent. Watson watched his friend's face, saw the struggle there between intellectual honesty and the desire to maintain the rational worldview that had always been Holmes's foundation. It was like watching a man realize the ground beneath his feet was less solid than he'd believed. "Even if I accept your premise," Holmes said finally, "even if I entertain the notion that there are phenomena beyond current scientific understanding, and that's all I'm willing to grant, why should I abandon the investigation? If this cult is using the play for nefarious purposes, surely that's all the more reason to expose them, to prevent further performances. Because exposing them might be exactly what they want." Mycroft leaned forward, his expression more serious than Watson had ever seen it. "The cult doesn't just watch the performances, Sherlock. They study those who become interested in the mystery. They seek out curious minds, brilliant minds, minds capable of seeing patterns others miss. They want investigators, researchers, people who will dig deeper, who will read the script, who will become obsessed with understanding. Because obsession is a door, and the more you think about this thing, the more you open yourself to it." "That's," Holmes began. "Let me finish. In Prague, an investigator much like yourself became interested in the case. A brilliant detective, rational, skeptical, determined to find a mundane explanation. He obtained a copy of the script. He read it thoroughly, analyzed it, and spent 3 weeks trying to decode what he believed was a hidden message in the text. By the end of those 3 weeks, he had filled 47 notebooks with writing in that same unknown language. He claimed he could hear the king whispering to him, telling him secrets about the nature of reality. He had to be committed to an asylum, where he remains to this day, still writing, always writing, page after page of text no one can read." The sitting room was utterly silent, except for the ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece and the soft sigh of coals settling in the grate. Watson felt his tea had gone cold in his cup, but he couldn't remember when he'd last taken a sip. His medical mind was trying to categorize what Mycroft was describing. Delusional disorder, perhaps, or some form of induced psychosis. But the categories seemed insufficient, like trying to use a butterfly net to catch shadows. "What do you want me to do?" Holmes asked, quietly, and Watson heard something in his friend's voice he'd never heard before. Uncertainty. "Walk away," Mycroft said simply. "Tell the theatre to cancel the production. I can arrange that through official channels if needed. Forget you saw anything unusual. Return to your usual cases, your stolen paintings and missing persons. This isn't a puzzle you can solve, Sherlock. It's a trap disguised as a mystery, and the more you engage with it, the more danger you place yourself in. And the people who've already been affected? The audience members speaking in tongues, the actors having strange dreams? They'll be monitored. We have facilities, doctors who specialize in unusual cases. We've been doing this for longer than you've been alive. Holmes walked to the window again, staring out at the fog. You're asking me to ignore evidence, to walk away from a case that clearly needs solving, to trust that some shadowy government department will handle everything. I'm asking you to trust your brother, Mycroft said, and there was something almost gentle in his tone. I know how your mind works. I know you see a mystery and feel compelled to pursue it to its conclusion. But some conclusions, Sherlock, are not meant to be reached. Some doors should remain closed. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Holmes turned from the window, his expression unreadable. "Thank you for the warning, Mycroft," he said formally. "I'll take your concerns under advisement." Mycroft stood, recognizing the dismissal. He moved toward the door, then paused. "Sherlock, please, if not for your own sake, then for Watson's, don't pursue this." After Mycroft left, the sitting room felt larger somehow, emptier. Watson watched his friend, who had resumed his pacing, his mind clearly churning through everything they'd just heard. "You're not going to drop the case, are you?" Watson said. Holmes stopped pacing, turned to face his friend. "Would you, if you were me?" Watson considered. "No," he admitted. "No, I don't suppose I would." "Then we understand each other." Holmes moved to his desk, pulled out a fresh sheet of paper. "But we proceed carefully, Watson, with precautions. We don't read the script. Not carefully, not thoroughly. We investigate the cult, find out who they are, what they want. We approach this as we would any case, with logic and reason as our guides." "And if Mycroft is right?" Watson asked. "If there really is something beyond normal understanding involved?" Holmes smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Then we adapt. That's what good detectives do, Watson. We follow the evidence wherever it leads, even if it leads somewhere we never expected to go." Outside, the fog showed no signs of lifting. If anything, it seemed to press closer, as if London itself had drawn a veil over what was to come. And somewhere in that fog-shrouded city, Watson knew, curtains moved in empty theatres, and something that might have been a king waited with infinite patience for its audience. The game, as Holmes would say, was afoot. But Watson couldn't shake the feeling that this time they weren't the hunters, they were hunted. The days that followed Mycroft's warning were marked by a restlessness that hung over Baker Street, like the persistent November fog. Holmes threw himself into the investigation with a fervour that Watson found both admirable and concerning. His usual methodical approach sharpened to something almost obsessive. The sitting room gradually transformed into a nerve centre of inquiry. Maps of London pinned to the walls with red markers indicating the theatre's location and the addresses of affected audience members. Newspaper clippings arranged in chronological order. Telegrams arriving at all hours with responses to Holmes' many inquiries. Watson did his part, using his medical connections to visit those who had collapsed during the performances. What he found troubled him deeply. The patients, for that's what they had become, were recovering physically, their vital signs returning to normal, their bodies showing no lasting damage. But something had changed in them, something subtle, yet profound. They spoke of dreams that felt more real than waking life, of cities with architecture that defied geometry, of a presence watching them from behind a veil that grew thinner each night. It's as if they've seen something they can't unsee, Watson reported one evening, settling into his chair with a brandy that he hoped might settle his nerves. Mrs. Alderton, the woman who collapsed at our first attendance, told me she can no longer look at the colour yellow without feeling nauseated. Young Mr. Pembroke, from the second performance, has taken to sleeping with all the curtains in his house removed, says he can't bear anything that might hide what's behind it. Holmes listened from his position by the fire, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. Psychological trauma, certainly. But trauma from what, precisely? That's what we must determine. The breakthrough came on the 4th day after Mycroft's visit, delivered by an unlikely source. A scrawled note pushed under their door in the early morning hours. Watson found it when he came down for breakfast, a single sheet of cheap paper bearing a message in careful but unpracticed handwriting. If you seek answers about the yellow sign, come to Abernathy's Rare Books, Charing Cross Road, after dark. Come alone, or don't come at all. Alone, Watson said, reading over Holmes's shoulder. That's quite impossible. I'm coming with you. The note says, I don't care what the note says. You're not walking into a potential trap without someone watching your back. Holmes turned, a smile flickering across his features. My dear Watson, I was rather hoping you'd say that. Come alone is what I expected the note to say. It's what all such notes say. But I had no intention of honouring that request. We'll go together, but discreetly. You'll position yourself outside the shop while I go in, and if I don't emerge within 30 minutes, you're to fetch the police immediately. That evening found them on Charing Cross Road, as the November darkness settled over London like a shroud. The street was quieter than usual. Many shops already closed for the night, their windows dark and shuttered. Abernathy's Rare Books occupied a narrow building squeezed between a tobacconist and a printer's shop, its facade aged and dignified, its window displaying leather-bound volumes that looked as old as the building itself. Watson took up his position in a recessed doorway across the street, his service revolver a reassuring weight in his coat pocket, while Holmes approached the bookshop. The door opened before he could knock, and a figure beckoned him inside, just a silhouette against the dim lamplight within, impossible to identify. The 30 minutes that followed were among the longest of Watson's life. He watched the bookshop's windows, saw shadows moving behind the dusty glass, and saw the occasional flicker of lamplight. Carriages rattled past, their occupants invisible in the fog. A constable walked his beat, nodding to Watson as he passed. The city breathed its evening breath, and Watson waited, his hand never straying far from his revolver. Then the door opened, and Holmes emerged. Even from across the street, Watson could see the change in his friend's posture, the tension in his shoulders, the quick, sharp movements that spoke of a mind racing with new information. He crossed the street without looking, and Watson had to grab his arm to keep him from walking directly into the path of a hansom cab. Holmes, are you all right? I'm perfectly well, Watson. Better than well, I'm enlightened. Come, we must return to Baker Street immediately. I have much to tell you, and little of it will be comforting. Back in their sitting room, with the curtains drawn and the fire built up against the November chill, Holmes poured them both generous measures of brandy before settling into his chair. He looked exhausted, Watson thought, but also energized in that peculiar way he got when a case was beginning to coalesce into clarity. "The man I met was Jacob Steiner," Holmes began, "a rare book dealer, but more than that, a collector of forbidden knowledge, of texts that most libraries refuse to catalogue, of manuscripts that some would say should be destroyed rather than preserved. He's also, as it happens, a former member of what we've been seeking, the cult that worships the king in yellow." Watson leaned forward. "Former member? He's left them?" "Left is perhaps too gentle a word. Fled might be more accurate. Steiner joined the cult 5 years ago in Paris, drawn by intellectual curiosity and what he thought was merely an appreciation for obscure theatrical history. He didn't realize, he told me, what he was truly joining until it was almost too late." Holmes took a long drink of his brandy before continuing. "The cult calls itself the Brotherhood of the Pallid Mask, though Steiner says they have other names in other places, always changing, always adapting, like a parasite seeking new hosts. They've existed for at least a century, possibly longer, though their records are deliberately obscured. Their purpose is singular, to facilitate the return of the king in yellow to our world." "Return," Watson said. "That implies it was here before." "According to their theology, if that's the right word, the king in yellow is an entity from a place called Carcosa, a city that exists somewhere beyond normal space and time. They believe it ruled Earth once, long before human civilization, before human memory, and that it was banished or departed for reasons no one fully understands. The play, The Pallid Mask, is not merely a theatrical work. It's a ritual, a summoning, a thinning of the barrier between our reality and Carcosa." Watson felt a chill despite the fire's warmth. Mycroft was right then, about all of it. It would seem so. But there's more, and this is where it becomes truly disturbing. The cult doesn't just wait for random performances of the play. They orchestrate them. They find theatres. They provide the manuscript. They ensure the production happens according to very specific guidelines. The yellow sign must be rendered exactly as shown in the script. The litany of stars must be spoken with precise pronunciation. Even the timing of the performances matters. They must occur during certain alignments, certain dates. "And the people who collapse?" Watson asked. "The ones who speak in tongues?" "Those, according to Steiner, are the touched. Individuals whose minds briefly make contact with something beyond our reality during the moment of witnessing. Most recover, though they're changed by the experience. But some become vessels, conduits through which the king can observe our world. The cult tracks these people, recruits them when possible, and studies them always." Holmes rose and moved to the window, pulling back the curtain to stare out at Baker Street. "Steiner showed me something, Watson. A book the cult maintains, a ledger of sorts. It tracks every performance of The Pallid Mask throughout history, every venue, every city. And beside each performance, a number, the count of those who were touched by the experience." "How many?" Watson asked, though he wasn't certain he wanted to know. "Hundreds. Across all the performances, all the years, hundreds of people have been affected, and the cult believes they need 1,000 touched minds to create enough. Resonance, I suppose," enough psychic alignment to allow the king to fully manifest in our world. The sitting room was silent, except for the crackling fire. Watson tried to process what he was hearing, to fit it into his understanding of the world. His medical training told him this was mass delusion, shared psychosis among cult members who had convinced themselves of impossible things. But he had seen the curtains move without wind. He had seen the figure behind them. He had watched rational people speak in languages that didn't exist. "How many have been touched so far?" Watson asked quietly. 943, according to the ledger Steiner showed me. The performances at the Theatre Royal have added 17 more. They're close, Watson, terrifyingly close to their goal. Then we must stop them. Close the theatre, prevent further performances. It's not that simple. Holmes turned from the window. Steiner says the cult has copies of the script in multiple locations. If one theatre closes, they simply move to another. If one city becomes too dangerous, they relocate to another country. They're patient, methodical, and utterly committed to their purpose. We could stop this particular production, but others would follow. Then what do we do? Holmes was quiet for a long moment, his expression troubled. Steiner gave me something. He said it was dangerous, that I shouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary, but that if I was determined to confront the cult, it might be my only weapon. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small object wrapped in black silk. Unwrapping it carefully, he revealed a symbol carved into a disc of some dull grey metal. Not the yellow sign, but something else. Something that seemed to be its inverse, or opposite. Looking at it made Watson's eyes water in a different way than the yellow sign had, as if his vision wanted to slide away from it, rather than being drawn in. "The elder sign," Holmes said, "or one version of it. Steiner says there are several, that different cultures have used different symbols to ward against entities like the king in yellow. This one is Greek in origin, dating back to the mystery cults of ancient Athens. It's meant to provide protection, to create a space where such entities cannot reach." "You believe in it?" Watson asked. "In magic symbols and protective talismans?" "I believe in evidence, Watson, and the evidence suggests that whether I understand the mechanism or not, there are forces at work that require a response. If the cult believes the yellow sign summons their king, perhaps it follows that other symbols might repel it." Holmes wrapped the elder sign carefully and placed it back in his pocket. "But we need more than defense. We need to understand the cult structure, identify its leaders, find their meeting places. Steiner was helpful, but he left 5 years ago. Much has changed since then. He did give me one lead, however." "What lead?" "The cult meets regularly," he says, "to perform readings of the play and to indoctrinate new members. They've been using a warehouse near the Thames, not far from Limehouse. Steiner couldn't give me the exact address. He never knew it, was always brought there blindfolded. But he described the area, the sounds of the ships, the smell of the river at low tide. I believe I can find it." Watson felt his pulse quicken. "When do we go?" "Tomorrow evening. We'll need disguises. The cult is cautious about strangers. But if we can infiltrate one of their gatherings, observe their practices, identify their leadership." Holmes trailed off, his expression determined. "Knowledge is power, Watson. The more we understand about them, the better equipped we'll be to stop them." That night, Watson lay awake in his bed, listening to the sounds of Baker Street settling into silence. He thought about the woman speaking in tongues, about the figure behind the curtain, about a ledger tracking hundreds of touched minds towards some unknowable purpose. He thought about Mycroft's warning, about investigators who had gone mad pursuing this same mystery. And he thought about his friend downstairs, refusing to abandon a case despite the dangers, driven by that insatiable curiosity that was both Holmes' greatest strength and his most profound vulnerability. Outside, the fog pressed close, and somewhere in its depths, Watson imagined he could hear something like laughter, distant and wrong and patient as stone. Tomorrow they will seek out the cult. Tomorrow they would step deliberately into danger. Tonight, London slept uneasily, and its dreams were touched with yellow. The following day passed with the peculiar slowness of time before action, each hour stretching like taffy, each minute weighted with anticipation. Holmes spent the morning in his room, emerging only for a brief lunch that he barely touched, his mind clearly occupied with plans and contingencies. Watson attended his practice, though he found himself distracted, his consultations perfunctory, his thoughts returning again and again to the evening's intended infiltration. By late afternoon, as the November sun began its early descent toward the horizon, they began their preparations. Holmes had procured costumes from a theatrical supplier he sometimes used for disguises, dark, worn clothing of the sort worn by dock workers and warehouse men, caps to shadow their faces, coats that had seen better days. Looking at himself in the mirror, Watson barely recognized the respectable doctor he'd been that morning. The man staring back looked weathered, roughened by years of manual labor, someone who belonged in London's grittier corners. "Excellent," Holmes pronounced, examining Watson with a critical eye. "You look entirely disreputable. I've brought soot to darken our faces slightly, and we'll need to adjust our postures, our gaits. Men of this class move differently, Watson, less erectly, more economically. They carry the weight of labor on their shoulders." "You've thought of everything," Watson observed. "I've thought of much," Holmes corrected. "Whether it's everything remains to be seen. Now, we must discuss our story, should we be questioned. We're brothers, recently arrived from Liverpool, seeking work in the warehouses. We heard rumors of a group that meets, that offers fellowship and purpose to working men. We're curious, nothing more, but open to persuasion if what we hear interests us. And if they see through the deception." Holmes patted his pocket, where Watson knew he kept the elder sign, then opened his coat slightly to reveal a small revolver tucked into his waistband. "Then we improvise, Watson, as we always do." They left Baker Street as darkness claimed the city, taking a circuitous route toward Limehouse. The hansom cab deposited them several streets away from their intended destination, and they walked the rest of the way, Holmes following some internal map constructed from Steiner's descriptions. The angle of certain streets, the proximity to the river, the types of businesses that occupied the area. Limehouse at night was a different world from the London of Baker Street and the West End. Here the fog seemed thicker, more oppressive, carrying smells of the Thames at low tide, mud and brine and the less pleasant effluvia of a working river. The streets were narrower, the buildings huddled closer together as if seeking warmth or protection. Gas lamps were fewer and farther between, their light struggling to penetrate the murk. They passed sailors from a dozen nations, heard conversations in languages Watson couldn't identify, saw the glow of opium dens and the shadowed doorways where other, less savoury transactions occurred. This was London's underbelly, the city that existed beneath the respectable surface, and it had its own rules, its own rhythms. Holmes moved through it with confidence, his posture altered, his walk that of a man who belonged here. Watson followed, alert to every sound, every movement in the shadows. His hand stayed near the revolver in his pocket, though he hoped desperately they wouldn't need weapons tonight. "There," Holmes murmured, stopping at the corner of a narrow street that dead-ended at the river. "That warehouse, the one with the broken window on the second floor, patched with canvas. Steiner mentioned that detail, said it had been there for years, never repaired. The building was 3 stories of dark brick, its facade stained with years of soot and river damp. Most of the windows were dark, but on the ground floor, Watson could see faint light seeping around the edges of what appeared to be a loading door. As they watched, a figure approached from the opposite direction, a woman in a dark cloak, her face hidden by a hood. She knocked on the loading door in a pattern. 3 quick raps, pause, 2 more, pause, 1 final knock. The door opened just wide enough for her to slip through, then closed again, the light vanishing. "The code changes periodically," Holmes whispered, "but that pattern felt deliberate. 3, 2, 1, worth attempting." They waited several minutes, watching for other arrivals, trying to gauge the rhythm of the gathering. 2 more people approached, both using the same knock. Both admitted quickly. Then a period of silence, the street empty except for the distant sounds of the docks, ships creaking at anchor, the slap of water against pilings, voices calling in the night. "Now," Holmes said, and they moved forward together. Up close, the warehouse looked even more decrepit, its bricks crumbling at the corners, its mortar cracked and colonized by hardy weeds. The loading door bore no sign, no indication of what business might be conducted within. Holmes raised his hand and knocked. 3, 2, 1. For a long moment, nothing. Watson felt his heart hammering, felt the weight of the revolver in his pocket. Then the door opened, revealing a man with a face like weathered leather, eyes that assessed them with professional suspicion. "We heard there was a gathering," Holmes said. His accent shifted slightly, less refined, the vowels flattened in a way Watson had heard in Liverpool. "Me and my brother, we're new to London, looking for fellowship, purpose. Heard you might provide it." The man studied them for what felt like an eternity. Watson tried to keep his expression neutral, tried to look like a man seeking belonging rather than a doctor investigating a dangerous cult. Finally, the doorkeeper stepped aside. "First time, you don't speak," he said, his voice gravelly with decades of tobacco. "You watch, you listen, you show respect. If you're meant to join us, you'll know by the end of the night. If not, you forget you were here. Understood?" "Understood," Holmes said, and they stepped through, into warmth and lamplight. The interior of the warehouse had been transformed. What should have been a space for storing goods had become something else entirely. A makeshift temple, perhaps, or a theatre of the damned. The floor had been cleared and swept, its concrete painted with symbols that made Watson's eyes ache to follow their curves and angles. At the far end of the space stood a makeshift stage, nothing elaborate, just a raised platform with curtains hanging behind it. Those curtains were yellow, a shade of yellow that seemed to glow in the lamplight, that seemed to move slightly, even in the still air. Around the perimeter of the space, perhaps 20 people sat on simple benches, their faces half hidden in shadow. Some wore robes of that same disturbing yellow. Others, like the woman they'd seen enter, wore ordinary clothes. There was no obvious pattern to their demographics. Watson saw men and women, young and old, people whose bearing suggested education and refinement, alongside others whose rough hands spoke of manual labour. Holmes and Watson were directed to a bench near the back, away from the stage, but with a clear view of the proceedings. They sat, and Watson felt the weight of curious gazes, assessing them, measuring them. He kept his expression neutral, his posture that of a curious but cautious newcomer. At the front of the space, near the stage, a man rose to his feet. He was perhaps 50, tall and lean, with iron-grey hair swept back from a high forehead. He wore robes that were more elaborate than the others, their yellow fabric embroidered with symbols in thread that caught the light strangely. When he spoke, his voice carried easily through the warehouse, cultured and commanding. "Brothers and sisters," he began, and the gathered assembly seemed to lean forward as one, drawn by his words. "We meet again in this sacred space, in this place between the mundane world and the glory that awaits. We meet to remember our purpose, to strengthen our resolve, and to bear witness to the truth that those outside these walls refuse to see." There was a murmur of assent, a rustling like wind through leaves. Watson felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand upright. "We live in an age of false enlightenment," the man continued, beginning to pace before the stage. "An age that believes it has conquered mystery with science, has explained away wonder with reason. But we know better. We have seen beyond the veil. We have touched the truth that lies beneath the comfortable lies of everyday existence." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, lingering for just a moment on Watson and Holmes. Watson forced himself not to react, to meet the man's eyes with the curiosity of a potential convert, rather than the wariness of an investigator. "There are entities," the man said, his voice dropping to something almost intimate, "that exist beyond our limited perception, beings of such magnitude that to truly comprehend them would shatter the human mind. They existed before humanity, and will exist after humanity has turned to dust. They move through dimensions we cannot perceive, operate according to laws that make a mockery of our physics, our geometry, our comfortable three-dimensional understanding." He gestured toward the yellow curtains. "And one of these entities has turned its attention toward us. Not in malice, such beings are beyond human concepts of good and evil, but in what might be called interest. Curiosity, perhaps. Or perhaps merely the natural movement of vast forces that intersect with our reality the way a whale moving through deep water might briefly disturb the surface." Another murmur from the assembly, this one reverent, almost ecstatic. Watson glanced at Holmes and saw his friend's face intent, absorbing every word, every nuance. "We call it the King in Yellow," the man said, and at the name, several in the assembly touched their foreheads in what appeared to be a gesture of respect or devotion. "The unspeakable one, the feaster from afar. It dwells in Carcosa, a city that exists outside our space and time, a place of twin suns and impossible architecture. And it is coming, brothers and sisters, slowly, inexorably, it is coming, not to conquer, but to transform, not to destroy, but to reveal." He moved to the stage, climbed the steps and stood before those yellow curtains. We do not worship the king in yellow in the manner of traditional religion. We do not pray for favors or beg for mercy. We simply prepare the way. We are heralds, not supplicants. We facilitate the thinning of barriers, and our primary tool, our greatest gift, is the play. At this, several members of the assembly produce scripts from beneath their robes or from bags at their feet. Watson recognized them immediately. Yellowed pages, aged binding, the same manuscripts he'd seen at the Theatre Royal. "The Pallid Mask is not truly a play," the man said. "Oh, it can be performed as theatre, and we have done so, will continue to do so. But it is more than entertainment. It is a key, brothers and sisters. Each performance, each proper reading, each moment when the yellow sign is displayed and the litany of stars is spoken. These are turns of that key in a lock that has held for millennia." He gestured to the assembly. "Some of you have witnessed the performances at the Theatre Royal. You have seen the touching, have watched as minds brush against something vast. Each person touched creates a resonance, a sympathetic vibration that calls across the gulf between Carcosa and our world. We have tracked these resonances, counted them carefully. We are close now, so very close, to the threshold we have sought for generations." The man raised his hands, and the assembly rose as one. Watson and Holmes stood as well, following the lead of those around them. From somewhere in the shadows, music began, not from instruments that Watson could identify, but something recorded perhaps, or played on devices he couldn't see. It was the same strange, wandering melody from the theatre, the music that seemed to come from vast distances. "Tonight," the man intoned, "we will read from the play, not perform it. We lack the proper setting, the proper witnesses, but read it nonetheless, to keep its words alive in our minds, to maintain our connection to the truth it represents. Those who wish to participate approach the stage. Those who prefer to observe remain seated. There is no judgment here, only understanding." Several members of the assembly moved forward, taking positions on the stage, opening their scripts. Holmes glanced at Watson, a silent question in his eyes. Watson gave the slightest shake of his head. They should remain observers for now, gather information rather than expose themselves to whatever effect the reading might produce. The reading began. Even without the full theatrical staging, even in this makeshift warehouse temple, the words carried power. The readers spoke with practiced cadence, their voices rising and falling in harmonies that seemed almost musical. They spoke of Carcosa, of the twin suns setting over Lake Hali, of streets that twisted in impossible directions, of the pallid mask that hid truths too terrible to contemplate. Watson found himself leaning forward despite his intentions, found his mind following the narrative even as part of him recognized the danger. In doing so, the words were beautiful in their strangeness, seductive in their promise of hidden knowledge. He understood, in that moment, how people became drawn into the cult's orbit. It offered something most lives lacked, a sense of cosmic purpose, of being part of something vast and meaningful. Beside him, Holmes sat rigidly still, his jaw clenched, his hands gripping the edge of the bench. Watson could see the struggle in his friend's posture, the desire to listen, to understand, warring with the recognition that listening too intently carried its own hazards. The reading progressed through Act 1, into Act 2. When they reached the passage about the yellow sign, one of the readers produced a scroll, unfurling it to reveal the symbol painted in that disturbing shade of yellow. Even in the dim lamplight of the warehouse, it seemed to glow, to pulse with its own luminescence. Several in the assembly gasped. One woman, her face ecstatic, began speaking in that unknown language Watson had heard before, the words tumbling from her lips like prophecy. The man who had spoken earlier, clearly the cult's leader, moved to her side, placed a hand on her shoulder, and spoke quietly in her ear. She subsided, trembling, tears streaming down her face. "Touching comes more easily now," the leader said to the assembly. "The barrier grows thinner with each passing day. Soon, brothers and sisters, soon we will achieve what generations before us have dreamed of. The king will cross over, and those of us who have prepared the way will be granted understanding beyond imagining." The reading concluded. The music faded. The assembly sat in silence for a long moment, and Watson could feel the tension in the air, the strange mixture of reverence and anticipation. Then the leader spoke again. "We have newcomers among us tonight," he said, and Watson felt his stomach clench. "Two brothers who seek fellowship and purpose. Let us welcome them." All eyes turned to Watson and Holmes. The leader descended from the stage, approached them with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Welcome," he said, his voice warm, but his gaze assessing. "You've witnessed something extraordinary tonight. Tell me, what did you feel during the reading? What did you think?" Holmes stood, adopting that slightly uncertain posture of a working man in the presence of his betters. "It was strange, sir. Beautiful, in a way, but strange. Can't say I understood all of it, but it felt important. I felt like maybe there's more to the world than what we see every day." "Precisely." The leader's smile widened. "You have the beginning of understanding. That's more than many achieve on their first visit. And you?" He turned to Watson. "What did you think?" Watson chose his words carefully. "I think there's much I don't know, sir. Much I'd need to learn before I could properly judge. But I'm interested. My brother and we felt there's got to be more to life than just working. And sleeping and working again." "There is," the leader said with conviction. "So much more. But understanding requires commitment, requires study and practice. It requires, most of all, an open mind and the courage to look beyond comfortable certainties." He gestured to the yellow curtains. "The next performance at the Theatre Royal is in 3 nights. I would encourage you both to attend, not as investigators or skeptics, but as open-minded seekers. Watch what happens during Act 2. Allow yourself to truly see the yellow sign without judgment or fear. And then, if you're still interested, return to us. We always have room for those who genuinely seek the truth." Holmes nodded slowly. "We'll think about it, sir. Thank you for letting us observe tonight." "The pleasure is ours. We are always seeking new brothers, new witnesses to the coming transformation. But I must warn you, once you have truly seen, once you have been touched by the king's regard, there is no returning to innocent ignorance. The veil, once lifted, cannot be lowered again." They were escorted to the door by the same weathered man who had admitted them. As they stepped out into the fog-shrouded street, Watson felt as if he could breathe properly for the first time in hours. The cold November air, the familiar sounds of the docks, the ordinary darkness of London's night. All of it felt like sanctuary after the claustrophobic intensity of the warehouse. They walked in silence until they were several streets away, until the presence of other people of normal London life, continuing its nocturnal routine, made Watson feel they could safely speak. "Holmes," he said quietly, "did you see?" "I saw," Holmes interrupted, his voice tight. "I saw enough to know that Mycroft was right about the danger, and enough to know we can't simply walk away. Did you notice the ledger the leader consulted when he mentioned the threshold? It was the same one Steiner described, Watson, the Count of the Touched. And if they're truly close to their goal, then we must stop them," Watson finished. "But how?" Holmes was quiet for a moment, his profile sharp against the fog. "I don't know yet, but I know we need more information. We need that script, the original one from the Theatre Royal. We need to understand what it actually is, beyond the cult's mythology. Science, Watson, reason, those must be our tools, even when confronting something that seems to defy both." They hailed a hansom cab, grateful for the ordinary comfort of transportation, of motion carrying them away from Limehouse and back toward the familiar precincts of their own London. But as the cab rattled through the fog-draped streets, Watson couldn't shake the memory of the yellow curtains, of the symbol that hurt to look at, of the reader speaking in tongues while tears of ecstasy streamed down her face. And he couldn't shake the terrible certainty that they had ventured into something far deeper and more dangerous than any case they had faced before. The King in Yellow was patient, the cult had said. It had waited for millennia. But Watson and Holmes, he feared, had very little time at all. The hansom cab deposited them back at Baker Street in the small hours of the morning, when London existed in that peculiar state between night and day, too late for revellers, too early for tradesmen, the city holding its breath in darkness. Mrs. Hudson's windows were dark, sensibly so at this hour, and Watson and Holmes climbed the 17 steps to their sitting-room with the weariness of men who had ventured into places not meant for human eyes. Yet once inside, with the lamp lit and the fire coaxed back to life, Watson found himself unable to contemplate sleep. His mind churned with what they had witnessed, the cult's fervent devotion, the reading that had seemed to pull at something deep within his consciousness, the leader's absolute conviction in the coming of this King in Yellow. Holmes, too, seemed restless, pacing the sitting-room, still in his disguise, the soot on his face giving him a ghoulish appearance in the flickering firelight. "We need the script," Holmes said finally, breaking the silence that had stretched between them since leaving the cab. "Not to read it thoroughly, I understand now the danger in that, but to examine it physically, to understand what it is, how it produces the effects it does. There must be a rational explanation, Watson. There must be." Watson heard the uncertainty beneath his friend's usual confidence, heard the need to believe that reason could still explain what they were encountering. "How do we obtain it? The theatre will be closed at this hour, and I doubt they'd simply hand over what they must know is dangerous." "We don't ask permission," Holmes said quietly. "We take what we need. The stage manager, Crawley, gave me a key to the stage door, ostensibly so I could examine the theatre at my leisure. I suspect he hoped I would find some mundane explanation for the strange occurrences. We'll use that key tonight, now, before dawn arrives and the theatre staff begins their day." "Now?" Watson glanced at the window, where the darkness seemed absolute. "Holmes, we've just returned from—" "Precisely why we should go now, while our minds are still sharp with what we've witnessed, while our resolve hasn't had time to falter. Come, Watson, bring your medical bag. If there are chemical agents at work, your expertise may prove invaluable. And so, less than an hour after returning home, they found themselves once more in a hansom cab, rattling through empty streets toward Drury Lane. The Theatre Royal loomed out of the fog like a great dark ship at anchor, its facade shadowed and silent. All the vitality of performance hours drained away, leaving only stone and glass, and the accumulated weight of centuries of drama. Holmes's key turned smoothly in the stage door lock, and they slipped inside into darkness that felt thick and present, as if the theatre's shadows had substance. Holmes lit a small lantern he'd brought, keeping the flame low, and its circle of light seemed pitifully small against the vast darkness of backstage spaces. The theatre at night was a different creature entirely from the theatre during performance hours. Every sound seemed magnified. Their footsteps on wooden floors, the creak of old ropes and pulleys hanging from the fly system, the settling groans of ancient timber adjusting to night temperatures. The air smelled of dust and old velvet, and something else, something faintly acrid that Watson remembered from the performances. They made their way toward the stage manager's office where the script was kept, moving through narrow corridors hung with costumes that looked like discarded skins in the lantern light, past dressing rooms whose mirrors reflected their passage in unsettling fragments, past the property room where props from 100 productions sat gathering dust, crowns and swords and goblets, all the paraphernalia of theatrical illusion. The office door was unlocked, and inside everything appeared as it had during their afternoon visit with Crawley. The desk, the filing cabinets, the walls hung with production schedules and cast lists, and there, in the drawer Crawley had shown them, the leather portfolio containing the script of The Pallid Mask. Holmes lifted it out carefully, as if handling something that might bite. He laid it on the desk and opened it, revealing those yellowed pages covered in aged typescript. Even with just the title page visible, Watson felt that same subtle pulling sensation, that invitation to look closer, to read more deeply. "Your medical bag, Watson," Holmes said, his voice tight with concentration. "Do you have your magnifying glass? And perhaps the chemical reagents you sometimes carry?" Watson produced the requested items, watching as Holmes bent over the pages with his magnifying glass, examining the paper itself rather than the words printed upon it. His expression grew increasingly puzzled as he worked, occasionally touching the paper lightly, holding pages up to the lantern light. Even, to Watson's surprise, carefully sniffing the pages. "Extraordinary," Holmes murmured. "The paper is definitely old, genuine 19th century stock. But Watson, look at this. The ink has an unusual quality. It's not standard printer ink. There's a slight iridescence to it, do you see? And the texture." He carefully scraped a tiny sample from a corner of one page where the ink was particularly heavy. Depositing it in a small vial Watson provided. "We'll need to analyze this properly, but I suspect there may be chemical compounds in the ink itself that could produce neurological effects when viewed under certain lighting conditions." "You think it's the ink that causes the fainting spells? Speaking in tongues?" "I think it may be part of the mechanism," Holmes replied, turning pages carefully. Combined with the theatrical lighting, the music, the power of suggestion, perhaps even some form of gas dispersed through the theatre's ventilation, it could create a confluence of effects that overwhelm certain susceptible individuals. Watson wanted to believe this explanation, desperately to find comfort in the possibility of chemicals and suggestion rather than cosmic entities, and thinning barriers between realities. But as he watched Holmes work, as his own eyes drifted across the pages of the script, he felt that same troubling pull, that sense of the words meaning more than their surface reading should allow. They had reached Act 2. Holmes hesitated before turning to the page containing the yellow sign, and Watson saw his friend's hand tremble slightly, the first time he'd ever witnessed such a thing. Then, with visible effort, Holmes turned the page. The sign was there in all its impossible geometry, rendered in ink that seemed to catch the lantern light and throw it back in ways that violated basic physics. Watson found his eyes following its curves and angles, found pathways that seemed to lead inward, downward, through the page into depths that shouldn't exist on a flat surface. His head began to ache, a pressure building behind his eyes, and he heard a sound like distant singing, like voices harmonizing in inhuman registers. "Holmes," he said, his voice seeming to come from far away. "Holmes, we should close it. We should—" But Holmes was transfixed, his magnifying glass fallen from nerveless fingers, his eyes wide and unblinking as he stared at the sign. His lips moved, forming words Watson couldn't hear, or perhaps words in that unknown language that the touch spoke, the language that came from somewhere beyond human invention. "Holmes!" Watson grabbed his friend's shoulder, shook him firmly. "Sherlock, look away! Look at me! Don't look at the sign!" For a terrifying moment, Holmes didn't respond. His eyes remained fixed on the page, his expression slack and distant. Then he blinked. Once, twice, and awareness flooded back into his face. He stumbled backward, knocking against the desk, his breath coming in quick gasps. "Dear God," Holmes whispered. "Watson, I saw a city. A city with towers that curved like the backs of sleeping giants, with streets that ran upward instead of forward, with twin suns hanging in a sky the color of old bruises. And there was something watching me, something vast and patient and curious, something that knew my name, though I had never spoken it, something that—" He broke off, pressed his hands to his temples. "Close it. Close the portfolio, Watson. We've seen enough." Watson complied immediately, shutting the leather folder with a snap that seemed too loud in the small office. But the damage, if one could call it that, had been done. The image of the yellow sign remained burned into his retinas, visible even when he closed his eyes. That maddening pattern of curves and angles, that suggested geometries no sane universe should contain. "We need to leave," Watson said firmly, taking Holmes's arm. "We need to get you home, get some rest, put distance between ourselves and this thing." But as they turned toward the door, a sound stopped them cold. It was the rustling of fabric, heavy fabric moving, the whisper of curtains sliding across stage boards, coming from the direction of the stage itself. Holmes and Watson exchanged a glance in the lantern light, and Watson saw his own fear reflected in his friend's eyes. The stage should be empty. The theatre was locked, and had been locked for hours. There was no wind, no reason for the curtains to move. Yet the sound continued, growing closer, as if whatever moved the curtains was approaching the office, making its way through the backstage darkness toward them. "The elder sign," Watson whispered. "You have it, the one Steiner gave you." Holmes fumbled in his pocket, withdrawing the small metal disc wrapped in black silk. He unwrapped it quickly, and Watson saw the symbol carved into its surface. That inverse pattern that made his eyes want to slide away from it, rather than toward it. Holmes held it up, his hand steadier now, his scientific mind perhaps finding comfort in having something concrete to defend with, even if he didn't fully understand its mechanism. The rustling sound stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the movement had been. Watson could hear his own heartbeat, could hear Holmes's slightly ragged breathing, could hear the theatre settling around them with creaks and groans that now sounded deliberate, purposeful. Then, from the direction of the stage, a voice. Not loud, not threatening, but clear and utterly wrong in its cadences, its harmonics, its fundamental wrongness. "Sherlock Holmes," the voice said, and it spoke his friend's name as if tasting it, savouring it, claiming it. The curious one, the seeker, the mind that refuses to stop asking questions. Holmes's face had gone white, but his voice when he spoke was steady, almost defiant. "Who are you? What are you?" A sound that might have been laughter, or might have been the wind moving through spaces that shouldn't exist. "I am the king in yellow, the unspeakable one, the phantom of truth. I am that which lies beneath the pallid mask. I am the threshold between what you know and what you fear to know." Watson felt his legs trembling, felt every rational part of his mind screaming that this couldn't be happening, that voices didn't speak from empty air, that entities from beyond reality didn't converse with London detectives in darkened theatres. Yet, here he stood, hearing the impossible, witnessing what shouldn't be. "You're not real," Holmes said, but Watson could hear the doubt in his voice, could hear the foundations of his friend's rational worldview cracking beneath the weight of direct experience. "You're a hallucination, an effect of chemicals or suggestion, or—" "I am as real as the spaces between your thoughts," the voice replied. "As real as the darkness behind your eyes when you sleep, as real as the questions you ask when reason fails you. I have always been real, Sherlock Holmes. Your kind simply lacks the senses to perceive me fully. Until you look upon the sign, until you speak the litany, until the barriers thin and you can finally see what was always there." Holmes held the elder sign higher, and Watson saw his friend's jaw clench with determination. "Then see this, the elder sign, the symbol that wards against your kind. If you're real, if you're truly here, then this should have power over you." Another sound like laughter, but this time tinged with something that might have been respect. "Ah, yes, the old symbols, the marks your ancestors carved when they still remembered the truth. It has power, yes, enough power to keep me from fully manifesting here, from touching you as I might otherwise touch. But power enough to stop what has already begun, that remains to be seen." The curtains rustled again, and in the darkness beyond the office door, Watson saw something that made his breath catch. A shape, tall and robed in yellow, that seemed to glow with its own luminescence. And atop that shape, something that might have been a crown, or might have been a tattered thing, like old canvas torn by wind and time, or might have been something else entirely. Something with too many points, something that hurt to look at directly, something that seemed to exist in more dimensions than Watson's eyes could properly process. "You have read my play," the voice continued, and the shape in the doorway swayed slightly, as if moved by a breeze that didn't exist. "You have looked upon the sign. You have invited me into your thoughts, and thoughts, dear detective, are the doorways through which I travel. Your cult understands this, though imperfectly. They believe they are preparing the world for my arrival, counting their touched ones like merchants counting coins. But the truth is simpler and more terrible. I arrive through my mind, through understanding, through the moment when reason looks into the abyss and the abyss looks back. Watson found his voice, though it came out rougher than he intended. "What do you want? Why are you doing this?" The shape turned toward him, and Watson wished it hadn't. Whatever served as its gaze felt like cold water flowing through his veins, like something ancient and patient examining him with the detached interest a scholar might show a curious insect. "Want? I want nothing, Dr. Watson. Want implies lack, implies desire, implies the absence of something needed. I am beyond want. I simply am, and where I am, reality changes to accommodate me. Your cult seeks to bring me forth fully into your world, to thin the barriers until I can walk among you as substantially as you walk among your fellows. But even their success would not be my desire, merely an inevitability, i.e., consequence of patterns put in motion long before your species learned to shape stone." Holmes stepped forward, still holding the elder sign, his face set with determination. "Then help us stop them. If you don't desire manifestation, if you're beyond the cult's purposes, tell us how to prevent the performances, how to destroy the script, how to—" "Why would I do that?" The voice carried amusement now. "Your cult serves its purpose, as you serve yours. All of you are threads in a tapestry you cannot perceive, patterns executing themselves across time and space. The detective investigates, the cult performs its rituals, the audiences succumb, the barriers thin. It is all as it should be, all as it has been decreed by laws older than your physics, more fundamental than your mathematics." "Then why reveal yourself to us now?" Holmes demanded. "Why speak to us at all, if we're merely threads in your tapestry?" Silence for a moment, and Watson had the impression of vast consideration, of an intelligence so large that even thinking about them required effort, the way a human might have to make effort to truly consider the perspective of an ant. "Because you interest me," the voice said finally. "Your mind, Sherlock Holmes, interests me. So many of your kind look upon the sign, and their thoughts shatter immediately, fragmented by truths too large for their mental architecture. But you looked, you saw, you understood, and yet you remain coherent. Damaged, perhaps, changed, certainly, but not broken. That is rare. That is worth noting." The shape moved closer, and Holmes raised the elder sign like a shield. The yellow robes seemed to flow like liquid, like something that obeyed different physics than normal fabric. Watson could see the curtain's edge now, where the shape stood, and he realized with horror that the curtain itself was reaching, extending, fingers of fabric stretching toward them with clear intention. "Keep your symbol," the voice said. "It will protect you tonight. Keep me from touching you directly. But symbols lose power over time, detective. They require belief, require faith, require the sort of certainty your rational mind finds difficult to maintain. Each time you doubt, each time you try to explain away what you've witnessed, the elder sign weakens. And you will doubt. That is your nature, to question, to seek explanations, to refuse comfortable certainties." "You're wrong," Holmes said, though his voice shook slightly. "Science will prevail. Reason will prevail. Whatever you are, whatever tricks of perception or chemistry create you, we will understand and expose and defeat." The laughter came again, not mocking, but somehow sad, the way an adult might laugh at a child's innocent misunderstanding. "I am not your enemy, Sherlock Holmes. I am merely what lies beyond the curtain, and the curtain, as you have seen, is already moving, already beckoning, already revealing. The shape began to fade, the yellow robes growing. Translucent, the terrible crown thing atop it, dissolving into something like mist or smoke or thought, given brief substance. The voice grew distant, as if speaking from a great depth. "Come to the theatre tomorrow night," it said. "Come to the performance. Stand on the stage itself, if you dare, and look upon the sign as it descends. Let yourself truly see, without the protection of distance or skepticism, and then decide whether reason is sufficient armor against revelation." "We won't," Holmes began. "You will," the voice interrupted, and now it was barely audible, a whisper under the theatre's creaks and groans. "Because you must know, because your mind cannot rest when confronted with mystery. Because the curtain beckons, Sherlock Holmes, and you have never turned away from anything that beckoned with the promise of truth, no matter how dangerous that truth might be." Then silence. True silence. The shape was gone, the curtains hung motionless, the theatre was simply a building again. Old wood and stone and velvet, nothing more sinister than accumulated centuries of drama played out on boards that had seen everything from comedy to tragedy to farce. Watson and Holmes stood frozen in the office for what might have been minutes, or might have been hours. The lantern burned steadily, casting ordinary shadows that behaved according to ordinary physics. The script lay closed in its portfolio on the desk. Everything appeared normal, rational, explicable, except that it wasn't, would never be again. "Holmes," Watson said finally, his voice hoarse, Did that truly happen?" Holmes slowly lowered the elder sign, staring at it as if he'd never seen it before. When he looked up at Watson, his eyes held something Watson had never seen there. Not fear, exactly, but something close to it. Uncertainty, wonder, the look of a man whose foundations had shifted beneath him. "I don't know," Holmes said quietly. "By every measure I understand, it shouldn't have. Voices don't speak from empty air. Entities don't manifest from folded dimensions. The universe operates according to laws that are comprehensible, measurable, predictable, and yet—" He trailed off, wrapped the elder sign carefully in its silk, returned it to his pocket. "We need to leave. We need time to think, to analyze, to determine what actually occurred here tonight versus what we may have been induced to perceive." They gathered their things with hands that still trembled slightly, left the office, made their way back through the backstage corridors. As they passed the stage itself, Watson couldn't help but glance toward the empty proscenium. The stage was dark, the curtains drawn, everything silent and still. Yet he could have sworn, though he immediately tried to talk himself out of the perception, that the curtains swayed slightly, just at their edges, as if something behind them had taken a breath. The fog had lifted slightly by the time they emerged from the stage door, and the early pre-dawn light was beginning to grey the eastern sky. London was waking, milk carts rattling down streets, early workers hurrying to factories and shops, the ordinary commerce of life resuming its patterns. Watson had never been so grateful for ordinariness, for the mundane beauty of a city going about its business without any awareness of the strangeness that had occurred just blocks away in a darkened theatre. They found a cab. Thank God for London cabbies, awake at all hours, asking no questions beyond the destination. The drive back to Baker Street passed in silence, both men lost in their own thoughts, trying to process what they had experienced, trying to reconcile it with their understanding of reality. Mrs. Hudson was just beginning her morning routine when they arrived, and she took one look at their faces and immediately set about making strong tea without asking any questions. Bless the woman, Watson thought, for knowing when silence was more valuable than curiosity. In the sitting room, with morning light beginning to filter through the windows and tea warming their hands, Holmes finally spoke. "We have a decision to make, Watson. We can walk away, as Mycroft urged. Report what we've learned to the authorities. Let them handle the cult, destroy the script, close the theatre. Return to our ordinary cases and try to forget what we've seen." Or, Watson prompted, though he already knew what Holmes would say. "Or we go to the performance tomorrow night. We step onto that stage. We look upon the sign without the protection of distance. We seek the truth, whatever that truth might be, whatever the cost of learning it." Watson took a long drink of tea, feeling its warmth settle in his stomach, grounding him in physical sensation, in the reality of the moment. He thought about his medical training, about the oath to do no harm, about the responsibility he felt to protect his friend, even from himself. He thought about Mycroft's warning, about investigators driven mad by curiosity, about the dangers of pursuing knowledge that humans weren't meant to possess. And he thought about the curtain beckoning, about the voice speaking Holmes's name, about the terrible promise of revelation. "If you go," Watson said finally, "I will go with you. Whatever we face together. That's how it's always been." Holmes looked at his friend, and Watson saw gratitude there, and fear, and determination, and something else, the particular light that came into Holmes's eyes when he was about to take a leap into unknown territory, guided only by the conviction that truth, however terrible, was preferable to comfortable ignorance. "Then we go," Holmes said quietly. "Tomorrow night, to the Theatre Royal, to the stage itself." He paused, glanced towards the window, where morning was painting the sky in shades of grey and pale blue. "And may God, if he exists and if he cares about such things, have mercy on our souls." Watson raised his teacup in a silent toast to friendship, to courage, to the stubbornness that made them continue investigating when wiser men would flee. They drank, and outside the window London woke fully to another day, unaware that in a small sitting room on Baker Street, two men were preparing to step through a curtain that should never have opened, to stand before a sign that should never have been drawn, to seek an audience with something that should never have been given a name. The King in Yellow had issued an invitation, and tomorrow night they would answer. The day that followed passed with a dreamlike quality, as if Watson and Holmes moved through London wrapped in a bubble of unreality that separated them from the ordinary world around them. They slept fitfully through the morning hours, their rest troubled by visions of impossible architecture and yellow fabric reaching like grasping hands. When they woke in the early afternoon, neither spoke immediately of what awaited them that evening. Instead, going through the motions of normalcy, tea, toast, the afternoon papers, as if by performing these familiar rituals they could anchor themselves to the rational world they had always known. But the script sat on Holmes's desk like a coiled serpent, its leather portfolio innocuous, yet somehow radiating menace. And the elder sign remained in Holmes's pocket, a talisman whose power neither fully believed in, yet neither dared discard. As the November afternoon dimmed toward evening, Holmes finally broke the silence that had stretched between them. "I've been thinking about what the voice said last night," he began, standing at the window watching the fog gather once more in Baker Street. "About patterns and inevitability, about threads in a tapestry we cannot perceive. It suggested that everything, the cult's rituals, our investigation, even our decision to attend tonight, is predetermined, executing according to some vast design." "I remember," Watson said quietly. He sat in his chair, a medical journal open on his lap, though he hadn't turned a page in over an hour. "I find that notion troubling, not because it might be true, but because believing it might be true robs us of agency, of choice, of the very thing that makes us human, rather than merely mechanical." Holmes turned from the window. "So I choose to believe otherwise. I choose to believe that we go tonight, not because we're compelled by forces beyond our control, but because we consciously decide that understanding, however dangerous, is worth pursuing." "And if that belief is itself part of the pattern?" Watson asked. "If even our choice to choose is predetermined?" Holmes smiled slightly, though there was no humour in it. "Then at least we'll face whatever comes with the dignity of believing we chose it. That will have to be enough." Watson closed his journal, set it aside. "I've been thinking as well. About my oath as a physician, about doing no harm. And I've realized that attending tonight may be the only way to prevent greater harm. If the cult is truly close to their goal, if they need only a few more touched individuals to complete their 1,000, then someone must bear witness to what actually occurs. Someone must understand the mechanism well enough to prevent it or counter it." "You're saying we should allow ourselves to be touched?" Holmes asked. "I'm saying we should observe without flinching, document without judgment, and trust that our minds are strong enough to process what we witness without shattering. You're the most rational man in England, Holmes. If anyone can look upon cosmic horror and remain sane enough to understand it, it's you." "And you'll be there to catch me if I'm wrong about that," Holmes said. "Always," Watson replied simply. They prepared as evening descended fully over London, dressing in their ordinary clothes, no disguises tonight, no pretense of being anyone other than who they were. Holmes tucked the elder sign into his waistcoat pocket, easily accessible. Watson carried his service revolver, though what good a gun might do against something that might not be entirely physical, he couldn't say. Still, its weight provided comfort, a connection to the world of solid objects and comprehensible dangers. Mrs. Hudson intercepted them at the door, her face creased with concern. She didn't ask where they were going. She had long since learned not to pry into their cases, but she pressed something into Watson's hand. A small silver cross on a chain, worn smooth by years of handling. "It was my mother's," she said quietly. "I don't know what trouble you're heading into, but I know that look on both your faces. You take this, Dr. Watson. It's always brought me comfort when the world seems dark." Watson closed his fingers around the cross, feeling its warmth from her hand. "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. We'll return it safely." "See that you return yourselves safely," she said, and there was a tremor in her voice that made Watson's throat tighten. "Both of you." The Theatre Royal appeared almost festive as they approached, gas lamps blazing, a crowd gathering for the evening's performance. Watson saw ordinary theatre-goers, couples dressed for a night's entertainment, groups of young people laughing and chatting, elderly patrons being helped from carriages by solicitous companions. All of them unaware of what they were truly about to witness, unaware that they were participants in a ritual that reached beyond the confines of mere entertainment. But scattered among the crowd, Watson also saw them, the cult members. Not in their yellow robes, not obviously distinct, but recognizable by something in their bearing, in the intensity of their gaze, in the way they moved through the crowd with purpose, rather than casual anticipation. He recognized the leader from the warehouse, now dressed in an impeccable evening suit, greeting certain audience members with subtle nods of acknowledgement. How many of these seemingly ordinary theatre-goers were actually part of the Brotherhood of the Pallid Mask? How many had come specifically to witness the thinning of barriers? Holmes had arranged for them to meet Crawley, the stage manager, before the performance. They found him in his office, looking even more haggard than he had days before. His hands shook as he poured them whiskey from a bottle he kept in his desk drawer. "I'm glad you've come," Crawley said, though his expression suggested he wished the opposite. "Mr. Pemberton, the artistic director, he's insisting this be our final performance. Says the controversy has served its purpose, that we've made enough money, that it's time to move on to something less challenging. The script is to be returned to whoever sent it, or destroyed if we cannot determine the sender." "One final performance," Holmes murmured. "How fitting. And Crawley, you should know, Dr. Watson and I intend to be on the stage itself during Act 2. We need to observe from the closest possible vantage point." Crawley's face went white. "Mr. Holmes, I cannot recommend that. What happens on that stage during the scene with the yellow sign, it's not natural. Even our stagehands avoid being too close. One of our prop masters stood in the wings during a performance last week, and afterward couldn't remember his own children's names for 3 days. Nevertheless," Holmes said firmly, "this may be our only opportunity to truly understand what occurs. Will you permit it?" Crawley drained his whiskey in one swallow. "I don't have the authority to stop you. But Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, please be careful. Whatever this play is, whatever it summons or reveals, it changes people. Some part of them goes somewhere else when they look upon that sign, and not all of them come fully back." They waited in the wings as the audience settled, as the orchestra tuned their instruments, as the house lights dimmed. Watson could feel his heart hammering against his ribs, could feel every nerve alive with anticipation and dread. Beside him, Holmes stood perfectly still, his face composed, but his eyes bright with that particular intensity that meant his considerable intellect was operating at full capacity. The performance began. Act 1 unfolded with its dreamlike narrative, its impossible romance, its beautiful and troubling poetry. Watson watched the actors move through their choreographed positions and saw what he hadn't noticed before, how their movements seemed slightly wrong, slightly off, as if they were puppets whose strings were being pulled by unseen hands. Their voices carried that same harmonic quality he'd heard in the warehouse reading, as if multiple throats spoke each word in subtle unison. Then came the interval, a brief respite, during which the audience stirred and murmured, but didn't leave their seats. Watson saw several cult members moving through the crowd, touching shoulders, whispering in ears, perhaps identifying those who seemed most susceptible, most ready to be touched. "It's time," Holmes said quietly as the house lights dimmed for Act 2. "Whatever happens, Watson, whatever you see or experience, remember that we chose this. Remember that understanding is our goal, not surrender. They moved from the wings onto the stage itself, positioning themselves upstage, left where they would be visible to the audience, but not obviously part of the performance. The actors entered, beginning their chant, and Watson felt the air itself change, thickening, becoming charged like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. The throne room set surrounded them, all those disturbing yellows and golds that seemed to pulse in the footlights. The actors' voices rose in the litany of stars, words that Watson's ears heard, but his mind couldn't quite process. Language that seemed to bypass normal comprehension and resonate directly in his chest, in his bones. And then, high above, the yellow sign began its descent. Watson had seen it before, had looked upon it in the script and in the theatre during previous performances. But nothing had prepared him for experiencing it from the stage itself, for standing directly beneath it as it slowly unfurled, for having no distance, no protective separation between himself and that impossible geometry. The sign filled his vision, filled his consciousness, filled everything. Its curves and angles seemed to reach into dimensions his eyes weren't equipped to perceive, creating pathways that led inward, downward, outward, upward, all simultaneously, all impossibly. Watson felt his mind stretching to accommodate what it was seeing, felt something like fabric tearing at the edges of his thoughts. He heard screaming from the audience, multiple voices, many more than in previous performances. He heard the cult members chanting in response, their voices harmonizing with the actors in a chorus that seemed to shake the very foundations of the theatre. He heard music that came from no instruments, melodies that existed in the spaces between sounds. And then he saw through the sign, or perhaps the sign opened like a door, and beyond it, Carcosa. The city materialized around him, or perhaps he materialized in the city. The distinction seemed meaningless. Towers rose impossibly high, their architecture defying every principle of engineering and physics Watson understood. Streets curved upward into vertical slopes, yet figures walked upon them as easily as if they were level ground. The sky held twin suns, one pale yellow and one the color of dried blood, and between them hung tatters of something that might have been clouds, or might have been fabric, or might have been the shredded remnants of reality itself. Lake Harley spread to the horizon, its waters black and still, reflecting not the twin suns, but something else, some other light from some other source that Watson's eyes couldn't track. Along its shores stood structures that might have been buildings, or might have been living things, grown into architectural forms, their surfaces rippling with movement that suggested breathing. And everywhere, the yellow. Not simply the color, but something more. Yellowness itself, the platonic ideal of yellow from which all earthly yellows were pale copies. It saturated everything, stained everything, claimed everything as its domain. Watson tried to move, to turn, to run, but his body didn't respond to his commands. He stood frozen, a statue of flesh, capable only of observation, as his mind was pulled deeper into the vision, deeper into understanding. A figure approached across one of the impossible streets, tall, robed in that essential yellow, crowned with something that hurt to perceive directly. The king in yellow, Hastur, the unspeakable one. It moved without walking, glided without floating, simply relocated itself through space, as if distance were a suggestion rather than a law. Sherlock Holmes, it said, and its voice came from everywhere and nowhere, from inside Watson's own skull and from the shores of Lake Halley simultaneously. You came. You chose to come. You chose to see. Holmes stood beside Watson on the stage, or perhaps in Carcosa, or perhaps in both places at once. His face was slack, his eyes wide, tears streaming down his cheeks, though Watson didn't think his friend was aware of crying. But when Holmes spoke, his voice was steady. "I came to understand," Holmes said, "to comprehend what you are, what you want, how you operate. That's all I've ever sought. Understanding." The king tilted its crowned head, and Watson heard that sound like laughter, or like wind through spaces that shouldn't exist. Understanding. Yes, that most human of desires, that most dangerous of pursuits. Very well, Sherlock Holmes. I will grant you understanding. I will show you what you seek to comprehend. The vision intensified, becoming unbearable in its clarity. Watson saw the structure of reality itself laid bare, not the comfortable, three-dimensional reality of everyday life, but the true underlying framework, a construct of such staggering complexity that human minds could only ever perceive the tiniest fraction of its totality. He saw dimensions folded into dimensions, universes nested within universes, consciousness bleeding across barriers that shouldn't be permeable yet were. He saw Earth from outside, from above, from angles that spatial geometry claimed were impossible. He saw the human race as a pattern of lights, each mind a point of consciousness, each thought a ripple in the fabric of space-time. And he saw the touched, those who had looked upon the yellow sign, those who had spoken in tongues, those whose minds had brushed against Carcosa, glowing brighter than the others, burning like stars against the darkness. "This is what your cult seeks," the king said. "This is what they call my return. Not a physical arrival. I am not bound by flesh, not limited to single locations, but a thinning, a bleeding through, a state where the barriers between Carcosa and your earth become so permeable that minds can freely transit between them, where human consciousness can perceive what it currently cannot, where reality becomes flexible." "And what happens to humanity in such a state?" Holmes asked, his voice strained but determined. "Change," the king replied. "Evolution or dissolution, transcendence or madness, the outcomes vary by individual. Some minds expand to accommodate new perceptions. Others fragment under the strain. Most exist somewhere between, forever altered but not destroyed, capable of perceiving multiple realities simultaneously, never again certain which is real and which is vision." Watson found his voice, though speaking felt like moving through water, like every word required tremendous effort. "Why? Why do you want this? What do you gain?" The king turned its attention to Watson, and he felt that terrible regard, like pressure against his skull. "Gain? I gain nothing. Loss? I lose nothing. I exist outside your frameworks of desire and consequence. Your cult believes I seek worshippers, believers, servants. But I am as far beyond need of worship as you are beyond need of worship from bacteria. I simply am, and where I am, reality changes. It is not my intention. It is a consequence." "Then help us stop it," Holmes said urgently. "If you don't desire this, if you're truly beyond the cult's purposes, help us prevent the final touchings, help us close the barriers, help us." "Why?" The king's voice carried genuine curiosity. "Why would I prevent a pattern that has already been set in motion? Your cult has worked for generations toward this moment. Your own investigation has brought you here, has added your names to the list of the touched. Everything proceeds as it must, as it has been ordained not by will, but by the mathematics of causality. You cannot stop a wave once it has been set in motion, Sherlock Holmes. You can only choose whether to drown fighting it or learn to breathe water. The vision began to fracture, to split into multiple simultaneous perceptions. Watson saw himself on the stage at the Theatre Royal, standing frozen beneath the yellow sign while the audience screamed. He saw himself in Carcosa, standing on shores that had never known human footprints. He saw himself in Baker Street, sitting in his chair reading a journal. This entire experience nothing but a hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion. He saw himself in an asylum, raving about yellow kings and impossible cities, while orderlies restrained him with leather straps. All of these realities existed simultaneously. All of them were true, or none of them were. The distinction seemed to dissolve in the yellow light that saturated everything. "Holmes!" Watson shouted, or tried to shout, or perhaps only thought about shouting. "Holmes, the elder sign, use it! Ground us! Bring us back!" Through the fragmenting vision, he saw Holmes fumble in his waistcoat pocket, saw his friend's trembling fingers close around the small metal disc. Holmes pulled it out, unwrapped the black silk, held the elder sign up like a shield against the overwhelming vision. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The symbol carved into the metal seemed to darken, to deepen, to become an absence rather than a presence, a hole in reality through which the yellow light couldn't penetrate. Watson felt his fragmented perceptions beginning to coalesce, felt the multiple simultaneous realities collapsing back into a single, comprehensible existence. "Interesting," the king said, and for the first time, Watson heard something like surprise in its voice. "The old symbols retain more power than I anticipated. Or perhaps your belief in them grants them power they shouldn't possess. The border between magic and will is thinner than your rationalists suspect. Sherlock Holmes." The vision of Carcosa began to fade, the impossible city becoming translucent, the twin suns dimming. But the king remained visible, its yellow robes still glowing, its terrible crown still asserting its presence. "You have seen," it said. "You have understood as much as your minds can accommodate. You are touched now, irrevocably, permanently. The barriers will never fully solidify for you again. You will always see the yellow at the edges of your vision, always hear the music in the silence, always know that what you call reality is merely one layer of a vastly more complex structure." "We'll fight it," Holmes said, his voice hoarse but determined. "We'll find a way to stop the cult, to prevent the final touchings, to keep the barriers solid." "Fight, then," the king replied, and Watson heard something like approval in its voice. "Struggle against inevitability. Choose to choose, even when choice may be an illusion. That is what makes you interesting, what makes your species worth observing despite its limitations. You persist in believing you have agency even when evidence suggests otherwise." The king began to fade, or perhaps Watson's ability to perceive it was fading. The yellow light dimmed. The impossible architecture of Carcosa dissolved like mist under the morning sun. The stage at the Theatre Royal reasserted itself as primary reality, wooden boards beneath their feet, painted canvas scenery around them, the heat of footlights, the smell of grease paint and dust. "Remember Sherlock Holmes?" the voice said, now barely audible, a whisper under the theatre's ambient sound. "The curtain has opened. It cannot be fully closed again. But perhaps it need not open further. Perhaps the space between is sufficient. Perhaps—" Then silence. True silence. The chanting had stopped. The music had ceased. The yellow sign still hung above them, but it was just fabric now, just yellow silk painted with a symbol that was disturbing, but no longer literally maddening. Watson blinked, felt wetness on his cheeks, realized he had been crying without awareness. His legs trembled, threatened to give out beneath him. Beside him, Holmes swayed, and Watson grabbed his friend's arm, steadying him. "Holmes, are you—" "I'm here," Holmes said, his voice rough. "I'm myself. Changed, perhaps, but myself. And you?" "The same," Watson managed. "I think. God help me, Holmes. I think I understand now. Not fully, but enough. Enough to know how dangerous this truly is." They became aware of their surroundings again. The stage, the theatre, the audience. The performance had stopped. The curtain had fallen. But unlike previous performances, where the affected audience members had been isolated incidents, Watson saw that nearly half the audience was affected this time. Some had fainted. Others sat frozen, staring at nothing, lips moving in that unknown language. Still others wept or laughed or simply stared with expressions of transcendent wonder or absolute horror. The cult members moved through the chaos with practiced efficiency, identifying those who had been touched, marking them somehow. Watson saw the leader pressing small yellow silk squares into people's hands, tokens of membership perhaps, invitations to further involvement. "We have to stop them," Watson said. "We have to. We can't. Not tonight. Look at us, Watson. We can barely stand. And what would we tell the police? That a theatrical performance is serving as a ritual to thin the barriers between dimensions? That an entity from beyond space-time is using human consciousness as a gateway? They'd commit us to bedlam." Holmes was right, Watson knew. They stumbled off the stage, made their way through the backstage corridors, while theatre staff ran past them, calling for doctors, trying to manage the chaos in the auditorium. They found a side exit, emerging into the fog-shrouded alley behind the theatre. The November air felt bitterly cold after the heat of the stage, but Watson welcomed it. The cold was real, tangible, comprehensible. The fog was just water vapor. The stones beneath his feet obeyed normal physics. This was the world he understood, and he clung to it like a drowning man clinging to driftwood. "How many?" Holmes asked as they walked, supporting each other, two men who looked as if they'd been through a war. "How many were touched tonight?" "Dozens," Watson said. "Maybe 40 or 50. If the cult needed 1,000 and they already had 960. "Then they have enough now," Holmes finished. "Or very nearly. The threshold has been reached. The pattern is complete." They walked in silence through fog-draped streets, and Watson found himself seeing things at the edges of his vision. Yellow glows that might have been reflected lamplight, or might have been something else, shapes that moved in ways that didn't quite obey physical laws before resolving into ordinary pedestrians or carriages. The king had been right. They would never see the world quite the same way again. "What do we do?" Watson asked finally. Holmes was quiet for a long moment. "We adapt. We endure. We use what we've learned not to surrender to it, but to find ways to protect others. The king said the barriers need not open further. That suggests they can be maintained at their current permeability. Not closed completely, that may no longer be possible, but not allowed to dissolve entirely either." "A middle ground," Watson said, "between ignorance and madness." "Precisely. And Watson, thank you for coming with me tonight, for keeping me anchored when I might otherwise have drifted too far into that vision to return. Watson squeezed his friend's shoulder. That's what I'm here for, to catch you when you leap too far into the unknown. They reached Baker Street as the first hints of dawn began to grey the eastern sky. Mrs. Hudson was awake, waiting for them, her face flooding with relief when they came through the door. "You're safe," she breathed. "Thank God, you're safe." "Safe is a relative term," Holmes said with a tired smile. "But yes, we've returned. And Mrs. Hudson, that cross you gave us, I think it helped. Or perhaps our belief that it would help is what made the difference. Either way, thank you." She took the cross back, pressed it to her lips briefly, then tucked it away. "I'll make tea," she said. "Strong tea with plenty of sugar. You both look like you need it." In their sitting room, with dawn light slowly filling the windows and tea warming their hands, Watson and Holmes sat in companionable silence. They had survived. They had seen things that would trouble their dreams for years to come, had gained understanding that came with a terrible price, and had been forever changed by their encounter with something that existed beyond human comprehension. But they survived. And perhaps, Watson thought, that was enough. Perhaps surviving with understanding, however uncomfortable that understanding might be, was better than the alternative of comfortable ignorance. "We'll need to monitor the cult," Holmes said finally. "Track their activities. Ensure they don't push for more touchings, more barrier thinning. We can't stop what's already happened, but we can prevent it from going further." "And Mycroft?" Watson asked. "I suspect Mycroft already knows what happened tonight. He'll have his agents there, his sources. We'll need to work with him, much as I hate to admit it. This is bigger than our usual cases, Watson. This requires resources beyond what we can muster alone." "Do you think it's over?" Watson asked. "The cult achieved their goal. Will they simply disband now?" Holmes shook his head slowly. "I doubt it. Organizations like that rarely disband when they achieve success. They simply set new goals. But perhaps we can guide them, influence them toward less dangerous pursuits. Or, at least, monitor them closely enough to prevent catastrophe." Outside, London woke up to another day. Milk carts rattled past. Birds sang their morning chorus. The fog began to lift, revealing a city that appeared unchanged, unaware that something fundamental had shifted in the nature of reality itself. The Theatre Royal would close, Watson knew. The script would be destroyed, or at least locked away. The cult would scatter, go underground, and wait for another opportunity. Life would continue, but nothing would ever be quite the same. Watson drained his tea, set the cup aside, felt exhaustion pulling at him. "Sleep," he said. "We need sleep. And then we continue," Holmes finished. "We investigate. We protect. We endure. It's what we do, Watson. It's who we are. Even now, even after what we've seen." Holmes smiled, and there was something of his old confidence in it, tempered now by hard-won wisdom. Especially now. The world needs people who can look into the abyss and not turn away, who can bear witness to horror and remain sane enough to warn others. We've been touched by something vast and terrible, Watson, but we haven't been broken. "Not yet, anyway," Watson said with dark humour. "Not yet," Holmes agreed. "And perhaps, with luck and care and each other's support, not ever." They retired to their rooms as full daylight claimed London. Watson lay in his bed, exhausted beyond measure, but not quite able to sleep immediately. His mind churned with images from the night, The yellow sign descending, the vision of Carcosa, the king's terrible regard. But gradually, slowly, sleep claimed him, and his dreams, while troubled, were not unbearable. He dreamed of Baker Street and ordinary mysteries. He dreamed of fog and gaslight and the comfortable rhythms of London life. And when yellow appeared at the edges of those dreams, he found he could look away, could choose not to follow those pathways, could remain anchored to the reality he understood. The curtain had opened, as the king had said. It could not be fully closed, but neither did it need to open further. And in that narrow space between revelation and ignorance, between cosmic horror and human resilience, Watson and Holmes would make their stand. The king in yellow watched from Carcosa, patient and curious. And in London, two men slept, forever changed but not destroyed, touched but not consumed. The mystery had been solved, after a fashion. And life, that most persistent of mysteries, continued. That's our story tonight. Maybe you're winding down beneath the quiet skies of Dublin, the warm evening lights of Manila, the peaceful seaside hush of Santorini, or the gentle night glow of Montreal. If this moment brought you comfort, like the episode and subscribe for more nights wrapped in calm and wonder. Let the darkness settle softly. Let your thoughts drift free. Let your dreams carry you where your heart feels light. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.